Shai One Hare अनुसार विवाद के शारे अस्तोक्ता शिक्षा सिंह दिवाएंगे। इसलिए भक्तिवेदांत स्वामी श्री भगवान की जय विष्णुपाद ब्रह्मन साहब विवाद के शारे अस्तोक्ता शिक्षा दिवाएंगे। भक्तिदास सरस्वती गोस्वामी महाराज प्रभुपाद की अनंत कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की नामाचार्य श्री हरिदास ठाकुर की प्रेम से को श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री शिवसादि गौर भक्तवृंद की जय जय राधा कृष्ण गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरी गोवर्धन की वृंदावन धाम की मायापुर धाम की जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की मथुरा धाम की अयोध्या धाम की गंगा माई की यमुना माई की भक्ति देवी की तुलसी महारानी की सावेद भक्तवृंद की हरिनाम संकीर्तन की और प्रेमानंदे और वो इसको संबल डिवोटीज और वो इसको संबल डिवोटीज और वो इसको संबल डिवोटीज और वो इसको श्री गुरु भगवान
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, So on behalf of ISKCON's Bhaktivedanta Manor, would like to welcome everyone present in the temple room and joining us online for today's morning program. Today is Thursday, the 5th of May, 2022. And this morning's class on the Srimad Bhagavatam will be given by His Grace Dina Krishna Prabhu. And this evening's class on the Bhagavad Gita will be given by Bhagadatta Prabhu. Also, as today is Thursday, there will be all-day Harinam history. So devotees are encouraged, if possible, to join the Harinam team and chant for the pleasure of their Lordship. Shri Harinam Sankirtan Yagya Ki. Continuing our reading on Srila Prabhupada's Shikshamrit. In a letter to Hamsa Duta on the 16th of January 1969, Srila Prabhupada says, "The relationship with the spiritual master must always be continued with the greatest respect and veneration, without forgetting his exalted position, like father and son." Srila Prabhupada ki, Srimati Tulsi Maharani Vrinda Devi ki, Vrindayai Tulasi Devyai, Priyayai Kesavasya cha, Vishnu Bhakti Pada Devi Satyavatya Namo Namah. Shri Vrindayai Tulasi Devyai, Priyayai Kesavasya cha, Vishnu Bhakti Pada Devi Satyavatya Namo Namah. Shri Vrindayai Tulasi Devyai, Priyayai Kesavasya cha, Vishnu Bhakti Pada Devi Satyavatya Namo Namah. Prema Padayani Shrimati Tulsi Maharani ki.
Namo Namaha Tulasi Krishna Preyasi Namo Namaha Tulasi Krishna Preyasi Namo Namaha Radha Krishna Seva Prabhu Ye Avirashi Radha Krishna Seva Prabhu Ye Avirashi Ye Tumhara Sharanano Tara Purna Govinda Preme Sadayena Vasi
Shri Radha Govinda Preme Sadayena Vasi
Radha Govinda Preme Sadayena Vasi
Radha Govinda Preme Sadayena Vasi
Jani Jani Chapa Pani Mama Jani Chapa
Kani Kani Chapa Pani Brahma Kani 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 Shanti Parachima Kani Kani Chapa Pani Brahma Kani Kani Tulasi Devya Priya Kesavasya
Jai Tulasi Devya Vyai Kesavasya Vishnu Bhakti Vedanta Devi Satyavati Namo Namaha
Bhakti Devi Satyavachai Namo Namah.
Bhakti Tulsi Maharani Vedanta Devi Ki
Now, let us offer our respectful obeisances unto all the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord who can fulfill the desires of everyone just like desired trees and are full of compassion for all the fallen conditioned souls. Vancha kalpa tarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya evacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Anantakoti Vaishnavrinda ki jai. Trinadapi sunichena tarorapi sahishnuna amanina manadena kirtanya sada hari. One should chant the holy names of the Lord in a humble state of mind, thinking oneself lower than the straw in the street. One should be more tolerant than a tree, devoid of all sense of false prestige and ready to offer all respects to others. In such a state of mind, one can chant the holy names of the Lord constantly. There are 10 offenses to be avoided in the matter of chanting the holy names of the Lord, and they are as follows. 1. To blaspheme the devotees who have dedicated their lives for propagating the holy names of the Lord. 2. To consider the names of demigods like Lord Shiva or Lord Brahma to be equal to or independent of the names of Lord Vishnu. 3. To disobey the orders of the spiritual master. 4. To blaspheme the Vedic literatures or literatures in pursuance of the Vedic version. 5. To consider the glories of chanting Hare Krishna to be an imagination. 6. To give some interpretation on the holy names of the Lord. 7. To commit sinful activities on the strength of chanting the holy names of the Lord. 8. To consider the chanting of Hare Krishna as one of the auspicious ritualistic activities offered in the Vedas as fruitive activities, karma kanda. 9. To instruct a faithless person about the glories of the holy name. 10. To not have complete faith in chanting the holy names and to maintain material attachments even after understanding so many instructions on this matter. It is also an offense to be inattentive whilst chanting. Every devotee who claims to be a Vaishnava must carefully guard against all these offenses in order to quickly achieve the desired success. Krishna Prema, Shri Harinam Prabhu Ki Jai.
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna
Adipurusham Namaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Namaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Namaham Bhajami Enam Kanvantam Aravindanalayataksham Varhavatam Samasitam Buddhasundaram Nandar Bhagavanikamaniya Visheshashobha Govindam Adipurusham Namaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Namaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Namaham Bhajami Andani Asa Sakale Priya Priti Manti Vasyanti Bhakti Kayanti Chiragaganti Ananda Chinmaya Sadhu Jala Vigrahasya Govindam Adipurusham Namaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Namaham
Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Shila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakti Sadma Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakti Sadma Bandamui Savadana Mate Bandamui Savadana Mate Jahara Prasad Bai E Bhava Toriya Jai Jahara Prasad Bai E Bhava Toriya Jai Krishna Prapti Hoya Hoite Krishna Prapti Hoya Hoite Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Aikya Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Aikya Kariyo mane asha Arana kariyo mane asha Shri Guru Charane Rache Aise Utama Gati Karane Rati Ese Utama Gati Jai Prasad Pure Sarvasha Prasad Pure Sarvasha Kakudana dilo jai Jaan mein Prabhu se Jaan mein Prabhu Kakudana dilo jai Jaan mein Prabhu se Divya Jnana Hriday Prakasito Divya Jnana Hriday Prakasito Prema Bhaktiya Hoite Avidya Vinasayate Prema Bhaktiya Hoite Avidya Vinasayate Vedagaya Racharito Vedagaya Racharito Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu Lokanata Loke Rajivana Lokanata Loke Rajivana Prabhu Koro Doya Deo More Pada Chaya Prabhu Koro Doya Deo More Pada Chaya Eve Jasa Gushukti Bhuvana Eve Jasa Gushukti Bhuvana Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu Lokanata Loke Rajivana Prabhupada ki Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pasatya Desha Tarine Gaura Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Sivasadi Gaura Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Sivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Sivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Sivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Jaya Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Radhe Jaya Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Radhe Jaya Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda 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 Jaya Krishna Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhaktivedanta Jaya Krishna Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhaktivedanta Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Premanande
Jai Vishnupada Paramahamsa Parivrajakacharya Astodara Sata Shri Srimad His Divine Grace Shri Sri Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki ISKCON Sanstapakacharya Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Om Vishnupada Paramahamsa Parivrajakacharya
Yashodanandan Raja Janaranjan Yamunadhira Vanachari Yamunadhira Vanachari Yamunadhira Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Paridajikacharya Ashtatara Sata Sri Srimad Abhay Charanadavinda Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Paridajikacharya Ashtatara Sata Sri Srimad Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Ki. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem se kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktarinda Ki Jai. Shri Krishna, Shri Rup, Shri Dhanatan, Bhatta Raghunath, Shri Jiva Gopala Bhatta Dasa Raghunath, Shri Sad Goswami Ki Jai. Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai, Mayapur Dham Ki Jai, Ganga Mai Ki Jai, Yamuna Mai Ki Jai, Bhakti Devi Ki Jai, Samaveda Bhaktarinda Ki Jai, Harinam Sankirtan Ki Jai. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Vishnaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Charo Swamiti Namne Snigdha Chetar Shparnita Vagmanam Chala Saprutam Prabhupada Gata Prananomi Bhakti Charo Param Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Vishnaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swamiti Namne Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashtata Dishatarine. So I wasn't meant to give class only because of Srinivas Prabhu. He arranged for me to give class. The last time I gave class here was maybe 4 or 5 years ago. And so it's a last minute preparation today. I was told yesterday. And I only had maybe 4 hours to prepare, but normally I spend a week thinking about the class. So I'm just going to read. So, Mahatas tu Vikurvanad Rajaha Sattvopa Brimhitat Tamaha Pradhanas Tvabhavad Dravya Jnana Kriyatmakaha Mahatastu Vikur Varnad Mahatastu Vikur Varnad Rajaha Sattvo Pabrimhitat Rajaha Sattvo Pabrimhitat Rajaha Sattvo Pabrimhitat Tamaha Pradhanastva Bhavad Tamaha Pradhanastva Bhavad Dravya Jnana Kriyatmakaha Dravya Jnana Kriyatmakaha Mahatastu Vikurvana ladies. Mahata of the Mahat Tattva. To but. Vikurvanat, being transformed. Rajaha, the material mode of passion. Sattva, the mode of goodness. Upabhringhitat, because of being increased. Tamaha, the mode of darkness. Pradhanaha, being prominent. Tu, but. Abhavat, took place. Dravya, matter. Jnana, material knowledge. Kriya atmakaha, predominantly material activities. Translation. Material activities are caused by the Mahat Tattvas being agitated. At first there is transformation of the mode of goodness and passion, and later, due to the mode of ignorance, matter, its knowledge, and different activities of material knowledge come into play. So this is quite a technical class because we're talking about creation. And I'm going to read the purport by Srila Prabhupada. And I may interject and say a few words commenting on the purport. Material creations of every description are more or less due to the development of the mode of passion, rajas. The Mahat Tattva is the principle of material creation. And when it is agitated by the will of the Supreme, at first the modes of passion and goodness are prominent, and afterwards the mode of passion being generated in due course by material activities of different varieties becomes prominent. And the living entities are thus involved more and more in ignorance. Brahma is the representation of the mode of passion, and Vishnu is the representation of the mode of goodness, while the mode of ignorance is represented by Lord Shiva, the father of material activities. Material nature is called the mother, and the initiator for materialistic life is the father, Lord Shiva. All material creation by the living entities is therefore initiated by the mode of passion. With the advancement of the duration of life in a particular millennium, the different modes act by gradual development. In the, as such, age of Kali, when the mode of passion is prominent, so, we know that the mode of ignorance is the main mode in the age of Kali, but compared to previous ages, passionate is more prevalent in Kali Yuga compared to Satya Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dwapara Yuga. Material activities of different varieties in the name of advancement of human civilization take place, and the living entities become more and more involved in forgetting their real identity, the spiritual nature. By a slight cultivation of the mode of goodness, a glimpse of spiritual nature is perceived. That's true, Krishna consciousness is meant for people in the mode of goodness. It's easier for them compared to people in the mode of ignorance and passion. It's easier to practice Krishna consciousness from the mode of goodness. But it gives us hope. I'll explain how, even if you're in the mode of passion, you can still practice it like me. A glimpse of spiritual nature is perceived, but due to the prominence of the mode of passion, the mode of goodness becomes adulterated, becomes mixed. Therefore, one cannot transcend the limits of the material modes, and therefore realization of the Lord, who is always transcendental to the modes of material nature, becomes very difficult for the living entities. Even though prominently situated in the mode of goodness through cultivation of the various methods, in other words, the gross matters adibhutam, their maintenance adidaivam, and the initiator of material activities is called adhyatmam. In the material world, these three principles act as prominent features, namely raw materials, its regular supplies, and its use in different varieties of material creations for sense enjoyment by the bewildered entities. Om Gyanti Mirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shivasadi Gaur Bhaktarinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. I forgot to say that first. I'm a bit jittery because I'm a bit nervous. I don't know why. Once I was in a place called Deland in America, Florida, and my guru, His Holiness Bhakti Charoswami, was there in the morning program, and he came up to me and he said, can you give class today? And I said, sure, I'll do it. But I was thinking I'm going to give class and he's going to go off somewhere. But instead he remained in the class. And I haven't even prepared the Bhagavatam class. I only had like 10 minutes. So I had to sit on the Vyasasana, give a class while my spiritual master is watching me without any preparation. So if I could do that, then I should be able to do this with preparation. But it was very nerve-wracking when you speak in front of your spiritual master. And then I wanted to stop early, and he said, no, continue more, and kept me going for 45 minutes. So, and then he did it again. He told me when I went to Ujjain, he said, I want you to give the class. So I had to give a class at a Vyas Puja event in front of thousands of devotees. But this time he was in his room, but he made me do that there, then he made me do it in Radhadesh. So he just kept on making me give classes. So that's his mercy. So this is a very technical topic, very technical. And technical topics can be very tough on the mind, especially if you went to Mangalati today, So you may be a bit sleepy, and then I'm going to speak about technical topics. So I'm just going to briefly go over what's been said. It's basically a chapter where Narada Muni is asking Brahma, you're amazing, you've done all this, I can see your opulence, who is the supreme source? You are the supreme source. He's thinking that Brahma is the supreme. And then Brahma is educating him, no, the supreme is somebody else. The supreme is somebody else. And that's the beauty of Srimad Bhagavatam compared to any other scripture in the whole universe, not just world, in the whole universe, because this is very clear, the scientific aspect of creation. Like in other faiths, we say, let there be light, God wanted to create, and then it happened. Yeah, that's true. That's called Icha, his desire to create, then it manifests. But how it's manifesting, that's what the Srimad Bhagavatam is clearly explaining. And we have different ways of gathering evidence. Pratyaksha means your own mind and your senses, you gather evidence, right? Anuman, which means logic. It's daylight, that means the sun is out, even though you can't see it in this country, but it's out. It's outside, yes? So that's logic, Anuman. And then Shabda Brahman means things that we cannot verify. We may be able to verify some of it, but we just have to take it on faith. It's coming from a higher divine source, i.e. the Srimad Bhagavatam. So in terms of creation, we can have many different speculations, many different theories, but unless you witnessed it, or you found out somebody who has witnessed it, i.e. Lord Brahma, or he's got the revelation, we're never going to know. You're never going to know. How are you going to know? Science means to witness. You have to witness. Or you have to have some logic. Anuman. So the Bhagavatam is presenting that witness testimony, that realization that is coming from higher sources. So when I explain all of these things, you may go, well, is it true? I don't know if it's true. You never know. You never know. You never know. You have to take that faith that, look, this is something divine, it's coming from a higher source. But it is logical. So you have Krishna, then Krishna expands into Balaram, then Balaram expands into Chatuvyuha, which is, Vasudeva, Pradyumna, Aniruddha, Shankarshan. Then there's another expansion from Shankarshan, Vasudeva, Aniruddha, Pradyumna, and another Shankarshan. And from that Shankarshan we get Mahavishnu. I told you it's technical, right? That's where we get the first major Vishnu, Mahavishnu, Karana Dakshayi Vishnu, right? He's looking at Ramadevi, who's an expansion of Lakshmi Devi. So where am I getting all this information? I was watching a YouTube class yesterday. It was a Krishna conscious class. And so I'm getting this from a devotee who's a disciple of Bhaktivedanta Manor. And so he's looking at Ramadevi. So if you're at home and your husband and wife, you're at home and a guest comes, so the husband looks at the wife and the wife immediately knows what to do. She's going to get up, make sure there's some food or some water, or just make sure the guest is taken care of. Generally in the Vedic age, I'm not talking about now. But in the Vedic age, that's what happened. Just glance, looks at the wife. So Mahavishnu is looking at Ramadevi, and from that glance, the jivas, the spirit souls which are dormant within him. So when material creation is destroyed, the spirit souls are not destroyed. They live eternally, as we know. And so they go into the body of Mahavishnu. And they remain there in a dormant state, meaning they go to deep sleep. So the glance, when Mahavishnu is glancing on Ramadevi, that glance, sorry? Ramadevi represents Lakshmi Devi. I don't, can you ask later? So Ramadevi is, I'm teaching. So Ramadevi represents Lakshmi Devi, but that glance is put onto Ramadevi, and Shambhu, who's Lord Shiva, he impregnates the living. That's why Prabhupada is saying the father of the material nature, right? He is responsible for impregnating the living entities. So Ramadevi is giving the living entities to Shambhu. Shambhu takes those living entities and impregnates Durga Devi. Right? Impregnates Durga Devi. Therefore, the mother is Durga. So when they say, oh, Durga is the mother, it's technically correct. And Shiva is the father, is technically correct. And that's why you have Lingam and Yoni, represents the genitals of Shiva and Parvati, and they worship that in Hindu temples. Yeah, they worship that. Some people think, no, that's disgusting, they don't understand, but that is the source of creation. It's a bona fide thing to worship Shiva and Durga because they represent creation. So Durga obviously is within the Pradhan, and the Pradhan is basically, it's the material elements which are dormant, not activated. But when Lord Shiva, Shambhu, touches, because Vishnu won't touch Maya, Durga, he won't. He delegates that, so Shiva does it, Shambhu does it. And when Shambhu touches Maya Devi, then Pradhan becomes Mahat Tattva, activated. The elements have become activated. And it starts off with Kala, time. Time is created. Time is eternal in the spiritual realm, but in the material realm, there's a start and an end. So then it's created. And then your Ahankara. And from Ahankara, we get the three modes of material nature. Then, so I'm just summarizing, it's really deep, it's a really deep topic. I'm just basically summarizing all of these aspects. But then, Karana Dakshayi Vishnu, he creates the universes from his pores. And you know what? The universes come small, then they expand, then they contract, just like the scientists say. When when there's the Hubble telescope and they're looking at the universe and it's expanding, and it will go back, it will contract. So scientists also agree with what we say. The universe expands and then it contracts. So then within each and every universe, it's like a coconut with different layers. And then Garbhodakshaya Vishnu goes inside there. Nobody can see Garbhodakshaya Vishnu, not even Lord Brahma can see him. Lord Brahma tried to go down the stem, but he couldn't reach. And then from the navel, we have this lotus stem, and then you have you have Lord Brahma, and then you have Kshirodakshaya Vishnu, who's within everybody's heart. So that's enough of the technicalities. Right. So I'm just gonna go over some of the points that Srila Prabhupada mentioned. Is that we are in this age of Kali, yes, and if you notice, I mean, I've been here for 46 years in Kali Yuga, you know. Well, I mean, in this life, and every year it gets worse and worse. I don't know if you've noticed that. I mean, millennials don't really may not get it. People born after 2000. Well, I'm born in 76. You definitely see a change. And if you're born in the 50s, you definitely seen a change where people are becoming more and more materialistic or confused or depressed or more anxiety, more illusion. And there's nothing more illusionary than metaverse. Have you heard of metaverse? Yeah, you've heard of that? So I'm going to explain about metaverse. I thought that was quite interesting. Right. So for you who don't know, and it's good you don't know, there's another universe within this universe called the metaverse. So we have the internet, and you can get totally engrossed in the internet, right? You could go into gaming, and people die playing games, because there was one boy who played games for 3 days, didn't eat or drink, and he died because he was so engrossed in gaming. So we have what we call a new illusory temptation out there, where if you don't like your environment, if you don't like your body, if you don't like the present relationships that you have, you can go into another world, which is called the metaverse. And it's interesting about this world, because recently there was a company called, where they created a metaverse called Afterlife. Can you imagine that? Afterlife, a metaverse. So you go in virtual reality, you get these headsets, or you get the lovely swanky computers, and you go into another universe. You create what they call avatars. So that's a Sanskrit term, one who descends, avatar. So you can be black, white, you can be rich, poor, you can be a male, you could be a female. You can change your perception so that people can see you in a different way, all right? You can buy land, virtual land, which there was a major sale a few days ago where each plot of land was $6,000. $6,000, right? And you had to buy it with virtual coins called ApeCoin. You've heard of cryptocurrency. So you have these coins, digital currency. So you buy the land, 6,000, and then you can sell on that land and make a profit. Obviously, it's not tangible. You can't touch it. Can't like sleep on it. You know? So it's virtual. Then you have games. You can have these games. You can go into this different reality and smash people up or jump off mountains. You can marry. If you want, you can find somebody and get married to that person, a virtual person. It says that, you know, you can meet people. I'm sure marriage will come in there. You probably can get initiated if you feel like it. I tell you, there may be a devotee in there, and Prabhuji, give me some Diksha, can you help me, give me Harinam. Maybe, there may be devotees preaching in there. I laugh if that happened, the first virtual initiation, right? You can buy products in there, you can sell products in there. Basically, you're trying to escape. You're trying to escape. Have you heard of NFTs? Non-fungible tokens, where you have this Panchatattva, and then you can sell the digital version of that Panchatattva for millions of pounds, and people can buy it and trade it, and you have ownership over it. So, but it's digital, it's not tangible, it's not like this actual picture that you can keep in your house. So there's a lot of, different aspects of the material world where people are escaping the reality, because, it is depressing living in London, I tell you, it's depressing. And being in the material world is very depressing, it's not a nice place. And you can see that with the mental health increasing day by day, people are becoming more depressed. So they have to create something new to excite people, and that's what metaverse is all about. But ultimately, it's a huge illusion. And people suffer because, when you're in this metaverse and you're in your alter identity, when it's time to eat and drink and socialize, you can't really do that properly. Can you? You just can't be in the real world because you're in an illusionary world. And that's what we're like right now. That's what like most of the people are in this world. We are in the metaverse of the material world. We're given a certain body, we're given a certain intelligence, a certain look, a certain karmic credits, and we are just going around this lovely universe trying to enjoy. When our real identity is inside, and our real destination to absolutely enjoy is in the spiritual world. I don't speak long, by the way. I speak half an hour. And I don't take questions except privately. Is that right? Sorry. So we could do it privately, but I don't take it in public. Sorry. Yeah, privately. I prefer private. Because I may say something controversial, that's why I say it privately. I have a certain style when I give classes, so I have to live with it. All right. So I'm going to go through chapter 14 of the Bhagavad Gita because Prabhupada is mentioning about passion. And generally, most of us are passionate, and we go, okay, it's easier to practice Krishna consciousness in the mode of goodness, but what happens if you're passionate? If you've got a passionate nature? Generally, people on the earthly realm are passionate. Why? Because we have to work to live. Working means you need to be in the mode of passion. You have to get up, you have to go and work, you have to earn money, you have to look after things. So it's passionate energy. And in the higher realms, they don't have to work. They just enjoy, or they meditate. Mahaloka, Tapaloka, and all these places. So generally in the earthly realm is passionate. And that's why if you die in the mode of passion, you will remain in the earthly realms. It says in the Bhagavad Gita. If you die in the mode of goodness, you go in the higher planetary systems. If you die in the mode of ignorance, you go into the animal forms. So I'm just going to read something. The mode of passion is born of unlimited desires and longings, O son of Kunti. And because of this, the embodied living entity is bound to material fruitive actions. So if you have unlimited desires and longings and you want to enjoy, we can, by the mercy of Prabhupada, dovetail that into Krishna consciousness. It can be purified, spiritualized, into Krishna consciousness. For example, if you want to be wealthy, if you want to be famous, if you want to have opulence and power, you can do that if you do it for Krishna. If you do it for Krishna's pleasure, if you do it in the mood of a servant. You can transform those. But you have to be expert. You have to be guided by a bona fide spiritual master. Otherwise, it's not easy. It's not easy because you can be taken off that track. And there's only for a few people who can do that. Like, we have a devotee called Ghanshyam Priya who's Jay Shetty, and he's doing so much in the world, but nobody knows what he does in private. But I've heard that he does a lot of devotional activities in private, serving. And he's guided by His Holiness Radhanath Swami. So that's bona fide. If you're guided by a bona fide guru, that's the check-in system, the guru. Or the sadhus, or the sadhvis. Sadhvi means women, sadhus. They're the check-in system. That if you know if you're doing something right or wrong. Not, my mind is my check-in system. You have to go to the Guru, Sadhu and Sastra in order to determine if your activities are correct. Even if you're in the mode of passion and you have all these longings and desires, you have to go to a spiritual personality who can guide you how to purify those desires. That is the most important thing. O chief of the Bharatas, when there's an increase in the mode of passion, the symptoms of great attachment, fruitive activity, intense endeavor, and uncontrollable desire and hankering develops. So, you've heard of King Henry VIII, yeah? That was a very pivotal moment in British history, King Henry VIII, because he was obviously Catholic, and he wanted to marry Catherine. He wanted to divorce her, sorry. He married Catherine. Catherine basically was married to Henry VIII's brother, elder brother, and he died, so then she had to marry Henry VIII. In Vedic times, that was allowed, the brother can marry the wife, but now in the Kali Yuga, that's one of the things that is forbidden. So he was forced to marry. Henry VII told his son, look, you better get married to her because it's politically correct. You better get married. So he got married to her, but he didn't really love her. He spent 20 years with her, but she gave him a daughter. But he wanted to divorce her. So he said, I want to divorce. And the Catholic Church said no. Divorce is not allowed in the Catholic Church, especially the monarchy. And he said, okay, if you're not going to do this, I'm going to reject you. So he rejected the Catholic Church. So this is great attachment, fruitive activity, intense endeavor, uncontrollable desire, hankering. He rejected the Catholic Church. He married, I think it was Anne Boleyn. And not only did he reject the Catholic Church, he created his own church called the Anglican Church, a Church of England. And guess who was in charge of that church? He was. He became the head. So this is an example of the mode of passion to an extreme. It changed religion in England. 1066, William the Conqueror came. That was a major turning point. But then this Henry VIII, he rejected the Catholic faith. And then this new faith, Anglican Church came about, and is basically the Protestant, Protestant came later with Dr. Martin Luther, but this was like one of the changes in the Catholic faith, that you had this new church being created. And not only did he do that, right? He plundered all the Catholic churches in England. He went and he stole all the money, took out the nuns and the monks out, and took all the properties. So this is uncontrollable desire. Krishna is talking about that in the Bhagavad Gita, the mode of passion. So if one is not guided then you're basically, if you're in power and you're not guided by higher authorities, then you're going to do disturbing, detrimental things, and that's what Henry VIII did. Hitler also did the same thing, right? Not guided. He waged wars. He killed millions of people. Stalin did the same. Stalin killed more people than Hitler. I heard it was 18 million of his own fellow Russians. And today we are seeing uncontrollable desires and hankering in the world, in a certain part of Europe, where somebody is endeavoring, even though many people are saying, don't do this, thousands of people are suffering, millions of people are suffering, and thousands of people are dying, but it's because of this mode of passion. Great attachment, fruitive activity, intense desire, uncontrollable desire, hankering. And then you have the mode of ignorance, where you're just basically lazy, madness, illusion, depression, serious depression. I've gone through depression many times, but serious depression and darkness. So it's better to be in the mode of passion than in the mode of ignorance. But they're all fighting each other. 1 minute we can act like in the mode of goodness, and then the next minute passion controls us. And then after passion, we get frustrated, and then we may go into the mode of ignorance, and then we jump into different modes. But one thing I can tell you right now is that the best way, from my experience of being Krishna conscious, the best way to survive is to associate with the sadhus. That's the number one way. That if we're going through this fluctuation where we're just going through this passion and ignorance up and down, and sometimes there's a mode of goodness, sometimes we wake up in a nice time, Brahma Muhurta, and we do our rounds, and then we feel good for the day, but sometimes that happens, but not all the time. The best way to increase that hankering to be in the mode of goodness, and then obviously transcend that to mode of pure goodness, is to associate with the saintly personalities. And saintly personalities, you know, they're here at Bhaktivedanta Manor. They're at Soho Street. They're all over the world. And they're not only in the Hare Krishna movement. We have saintly personalities in different faiths. Saint, you know, is a qualification, a saintly personality. A personality definitely in a mode of goodness, and definitely a lover of God, a lover of Krishna. So I'm just going to end with talking about two saintly personalities. It's going off tangent, but it's basically a solution to those who find it very difficult to rise onto the mode of goodness and then going above the mode of goodness. Because the mode of goodness is the stepping stone to pure goodness, right? But how do we get to that mode of goodness platform? How do we get inspired to be in that mode of goodness platform? So one of the personalities I physically saw and got to serve a limited time was Her Grace Mother Kulangana. And you know it was her appearance day, was it? Appearance day 2 days ago. And she was a resident here. She was very old. And the thing is, when you get old, I'm not old yet, I'm 46, that's not old. When you're like 70 plus, that's old. Right? It's very difficult to be Krishna conscious when you're old. Very difficult, because the body and the mind is wearing you down. Yeah? Most of you are nice and young, enjoy it. But when you get old, if you are unfortunate to get old, I tell you, because it's tough. I'm feeling some of the symptoms at this age, but I know it's going to get worse. It's harder to chant your rounds. Mother Kulangna told me, she said, it takes me 10 minutes to do one round because it's so difficult to focus. She told me that. She said, that's going to happen to you. I freaked out when she said that to me, like a curse. And it did happen to me. You know, the next day it took me 10 minutes to chant one round. And I said, oh, my God. Then I just made sure I chanted quickly. Physically, it's difficult to get up, to move around, to pick things up. But this lady, this Mataji, Mata Kulangna, oh my God, I was once in the kitchen with her, and she was teaching me how to make a milk sweet substance called koya. And then there was this heavy, big pot. And I was thinking, oh, don't lift it, I'll lift it. And I couldn't even lift it. So then she grabs one end and I grab the other, and she's lifting it with one arm. It's like 70, maybe 70, late 70s. Lifts it with one arm, and I'm like struggling with two arms, right? She's Polish, by the way, they're quite strong. But she just like, I thought, how did you lift that? And so she went beyond her physical body, you know, to push her body and mind to serve Krishna. She's a Prabhupada disciple. Prabhupada disciples are very rare in this world. They're very rare. Let's say Prabhupada initiated 5,000 disciples. On this planet, maybe is less than 1,000. Less than 1,000. But if you ever have the fortune to meet a Prabhupada disciple, you will know what it means to be Krishna conscious. They were trained by Srila Prabhupada. They joined in the late 60s, early and in the 70s. So they have a different mood. They have a different mood. When you meet a bona fide Prabhupada disciple who's fully Krishna conscious, they're on another level. They're on another level of Krishna consciousness. So Madhu Kulangna was like that. You know, it is not Karma Mishra Bhakti or Jnana Mishra Bhakti. No, this is pure Bhakti. She's on the pure Bhakti platform where her full consciousness is fixed on Radha and Krishna. And so she would walk into that deity kitchen focused in on how to please Krishna, how to cook the sweets, and her whole consciousness was on pleasing Krishna and serving the devotees. Because when you're fully Krishna conscious, the symptom is that it's not just you and Krishna, it's you and the devotees. You're serving the devotees because the devotees are very dear to Krishna. So you see them, and that's how you serve them. So she was constantly serving. She had a prayer list. So every day she would walk in front of the deities and she will read out the names of the devotees. I was on that prayer list, I was lucky. And she will read out this prayer list of devotees and pray for them. It's called Vandanam. It's part of our Krishna consciousness. Where did she get it from? Got it from her Christian background because they do a lot of prayers. So she would be praying. So when you see a saintly person, you ask them, please pray for me. Please give me your blessings. That's how you become successful. Don't think that, oh, I'm going to do it on my own. I don't need anybody else. I'm just going to practice Krishna consciousness. It's going to be my effort alone. I've been through those stages, especially when my spiritual master passed away in 2020, because I was totally dependent upon him for guidance. But before he passed away, many years before, I did ask him, I said to him, now you're in front of me, I can ask you any question I want. But one day you won't be here, what do I do? And he said, you have to go to the sadhus. You have to go to the sadhus. And so he explained what it meant. It meant that what happens if in your mind is telling you to go to the pub? He said that. He said, is that Krishna telling you or is it the mind telling you? How do you know? How do you verify? And he said, therefore you go to the sadhu because the sadhu will tell you if it's Krishna conscious or not Krishna conscious. Sadhu just doesn't mean the sannyasi. Sadhu can be anyone who is Krishna conscious, male or female. Many of my gurus are women. Yeah, the people that guide me are women. So it doesn't matter who it is, it doesn't matter gender, it's the matter of is that person fixed up in Krishna consciousness. So when he passed away, it was very difficult for me because, it's like being blind. It's like being spiritually blind. You lost your spiritual master. He's gone. You can't ask questions. Well, what do you do? So, it's a tough situation. But it forces you to grow up. So if any of you have a spiritual master who's living on this world, make sure you take that association as much as possible. Ask the questions about the future. Because I asked a lot of questions about the future, my future, before that person passes away, especially if they're a Prabhupada disciple, because they will pass away within the next few years. It's guaranteed. Within the next 10 years, hardly any will be on the planet. So when he's gone, it was very difficult, but it was very difficult for me to go to the sadhu. It's very difficult because of the ego. Oh no, I don't want to do it. I miss my guru, but I don't want to go up to other devotees and take shelter or guidance. Ego. But then Bhaktivedanta Prabhu corrected me and he said, no, you have to go to the sadhus, because Bhaktivedanta Prabhu also has a spiritual master who passed away in 2005. His Holiness Bhaktivedanta Swami. So, for the last 17 years, how is he surviving? He's surviving on associating with the sadhus. The sadhus represent the spiritual master, the Siksha Gurus. So I didn't really understand that concept so well after my guru passed away, but now I'm beginning to understand it, that I cannot remain fixed up, I cannot remain strong unless I'm associating with saintly personalities. So the benefit of associating, I'm going to end soon, the benefit of associating with saintly personalities is that when the chips are down, when you're in the mode of ignorance or passion, and when you're not feeling enthusiastic to serve, and when your mind is giving you so much problems, when you associate with enthusiastic, saintly personalities, it gives you the strength to carry on. There's many times we find it difficult to carry on in our journey. We stumble, we fall down, we commit offenses, we have issues with faith. But when you associate with the sadhus, it reinvigorates your faith. It's like you see an example, oh, that's what it means to be a devotee. So when I saw Mother Kulangana, and I started to associate with her, she had to make these bowl sweets, like gulabs. So she got me to make the bowl. And this is the beauty of associating with a saintly person. I couldn't make the bowl. I couldn't roll it properly. It was odd shape. And she said, there's something wrong with your devotion. And there was something wrong. I wasn't reading or chanting properly. I wasn't, being fixed up. But she could see it by the way I was doing my service. So that's what they can do. They can analyze you by the way you're doing your service or the mood you have. Once I was. This is 1999. I was in that room. I joined I only last 6 weeks in the Bhakti course. 6 weeks. I did join. But it was in those days, it was a 6-week course. It wasn't a 1 year or all your life, 6 weeks. And I didn't have you there, so if you was there, I would have been here in Saffron. But anyway, so I did a 6-week Bhakti course. So they made me go in the deity kitchen. I wasn't initiated, but I was in the kitchen doing the transfers. And so I dropped one of the burfi sweets on the floor. And I was like, it's meant to be offered. I dropped it on the floor. And I was like, oh my God, what am I going to do now? And I was crying without tears. And so I pick it up, and Mother Kulangana walks in, and I say, Mother Kulangana, this is what happened. I dropped this. It was an accident. What am I going to do? Is it supposed to be offered? Freaking out. She goes, don't worry. I'll sort it out. And she purified it. I don't know how, but she purified it, and she allowed it to be offered. Only a pure devotee could do that, isn't it? Like, sort me out, make sure I'm okay, calm me down and address the issue and then offer it, and Krishna will accept it because she's done all the purification, right? How long do I got? Is it 8:30 we finish? Yeah? All right. I'm going to talk about Tribhuvanat Prabhu because he's one of my Shiksha gurus. Many of you don't know him. We're still waiting for that book to come out. It's been 20 years, you know. There's a book about his life and they still haven't written it. So if anyone's listening, please get that book sorted out. Please, I need that book. Before I die, at least, let me have that book. And he's a Prabhupada disciple. He joined in 1969. He was the first temple president of Bhaktivedanta Manor. So he's a legend in our movement, right? He wasn't a guru, he wasn't a sannyasi, he wasn't GBC, he was just, a vanaprastha in saffron, and he would go out frontline preaching, Harinam, Sankirtan, festivals, things like that. He inspired a generation of people, multi-generations of devotees. But he used the mode of passion, the energy of the mode of passion. So if you're a devotee and you are in the mode of, like you have that passionate energy, which many of the American and European devotees displayed during Prabhupada's time. He came and he used that mode of passion to spread Krishna consciousness. That's how it spread. How else is it going to spread? You have to have passionate energy or use that mode of passion. So what did Tribhuvanat Prabhu do? He did festivals. So festivals are very passionate activity. You have to go out on Harinam every day to distribute the flyers. You have to do poster pasting to put posters on the walls. You have to go fundraising. You have to get all the devotees together, the ones who are doing the play, the ones who's going to do the shop, selling the items. He had to manage the whole thing, organize the prasadam. And so that's what I could see. If you have a passionate nature, you can use it in Krishna consciousness. Ignorant nature, you can't really use it. But passionate nature, you can. And if you are in that passionate nature, look at these personalities that went around the world. Tamakrishna Goswami Maharaj, who went around the world spreading Krishna consciousness, using that passionate nature to give Krishna to others. You can do that. You can do that. And I'm going to end with this. Once Tribhuvanat Prabhu was talking to Srila Prabhupada, and he was talking about the role of the guru. And Srila Prabhupada had his glasses on, and Prabhupada took off the glasses and said, the guru is like this, the glasses. So what's the purpose of the glass? Glasses is to focus. Yeah? That's why you wear glasses, to focus. So the guru helps you to focus on Krishna. I could go on, but I better stop now. Thank you. No questions. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you.